We're fucking starting Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. Let me let everybody in the thing now. All right. This is my second favorite MGS game, and narratively maybe my favorite. I don't know. MGS 3 is still maybe narratively my favorite, but or like freaking Pisswalker got him, Snake. I don't think you did. I think you're fucking wrong and stupid. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I have to turn something off. Okay. Here we go. So, the timeline started. Metal Gear Solid 3 in 1964. The Virtuous Mission and Operation Snake Eater. Now, we kind of got to wonder if that was 1964. What, and there was like a little bit of a timeline thing after. What's been going on in 10 years? 64 to 74. What you been up to, Snake? I just gotta hear the music. Hold on. The origin of the Metal Gear series began in 1964 at the height of the Cold War. Naked Snake, the man who would later become the legendary soldier known as Big Boss, heads into Soviet territory to help the scientist Sokolov defect to the West. However, the mission ends in failure when Snake's mentor, a female soldier known as the Boss, unexpectedly defects to the Soviet Union. The fate of the world hanging in the balance, Snake is forced to question the true meaning of loyalty as he embarks on a lone mission to kill his former mentor. Well, that's what happened. 1974. The era is the 1970s. Big Boss has stationed his Army Without a Nation in Colombia, South America, where he is approached by visitors from Costa Rica's A Nation Without a Military. In the wake of the Cuban Missile Crisis, Latin America became key to maintaining the power balance between East and West, but now, a mysterious armed force threatens to disrupt this balance. To preserve peace and neutrality in Costa Rica, Soldiers Without Borders move into action. In time, they would come to be known as the founders of Outer Haven. What does that all mean? Guess we'll see. So chat, remember Boss's will? Remember when she died, her will that she gave to Snake, the last thing she gave to him, letting him know that all she wanted was a world that was connected, a world that was united, a world that had no need for soldiers, a world where the concept of deterrence and war ceased to exist entirely. Remember that? I'm sure that Snake totally interpreted her world. I'm sure that after she went to space and had the overview effect and saw a world without borders, I'm sure that Snake totally understood the phrase "a world without borders" and understood what that meant. I'm sure there were no repercussions, and Snake totally understood what a world without borders would be. Do I have to take a soy pog picture? To put in the Discord. Okay. All right. New game. And put your player name. Okay. So I need to explain something very clearly to chat that you're not going to understand. You're not going to understand this unless you had a PSP and were really into it at the time. This game is a really good game, and it is like narratively very interesting and everything, but it's also Kojima saying, what if we turned Metal Gear Solid into Monster Hunter? You'll understand what I mean by that in just a minute, but it is actually just Monster Hunter, even down to like having like 4-player co-op and stuff. So this name thing is like what appears next to your name. So even though my name is Kyria, I'm gonna put it as Snake, so it looks like he is called Snake. I'm not gonna put Big Boss for reasons, but mainly the reason is that Snake feels very guilty about having killed the boss and doesn't accept the phrase or doesn't accept the title Big Boss. He doesn't feel he deserves it. Anyway, I'm gonna put Snake here for that reason rather than my name. Select your control scheme. Shooter type, similar to that of MGS4. Action type, similar to that of Metal Gear Portable Ops. Hunter type, similar to that of Monster Hunter Freedom. So yeah, like I said, this is a Monster Hunter game in a lot of ways. Yes, Joey, I was kind of hoping that no one would reveal that, but yes, there is a secret mission after you beat the game. Yes, there's a secret mission after you beat the game where Snake can fight a Rathalos. Hold on, I will show it real fast. I guess it was a fool's errand to hope nobody would reveal it because it is kind of a well-known thing. But I was hoping to surprise chat at the end with it. But that's okay. No, it's okay. I didn't say anything. It's on me. It's on me. Yeah, so, you would just outright get like a thing where you would follow a Palico around, little kitty cats from Metal Gear, or from Monster Hunter. You'd follow a Palico around to like a little island, right at the end after you beat everything. And there'd be this little island. It's like, what the hecky? There's these dinosaurs. What the hecky? There's the Palico. What's going on, though? What's going on? Hello, Rathalos. So yeah, you just shoot a Rathalos with a gun. This answers the question like, oh, could a Rathalos survive like gunshots? Yes, as it turns out.
Is this even real?
It shoots fireballs at you and everything. It is a hard boss to take down. So yeah, Rathalos moment. Anyway, they're all because this is very similar to Monster Hunter, and because this was originally a PSP game, there are some funny things that have happened with this. I will say, there are some funny things that have happened with this. Sure, co-op's community. This was me testing it last night, so I'm just gonna save over this. The year was 1964. The world was finally firmly in the grip of the Cold War, divided into East and West. One of America's heroes had defected to the Soviet Union. 07's in chat for the boss! Well, I'm gonna get down here real fast. 07's in chat. The hero that she was. She was known as the boss, the mother of the special forces, and the soldier said to have led the Allies to victory in World War II. However, the American-made miniature nuclear warhead she took with her was used to destroy a Soviet research facility. Man, I have to get a salute emote. Anyway, facing full-scale nuclear war, the leaders of the world's superpowers held top-secret talks to avert Armageddon. The Soviet Union wanted assurance that this was not the work of Uncle Sam. They wanted America to eliminate one of its most legendary soldiers, the boss. The person assigned to this mission was her closest apprentice, the soldier known as Snake. Snake made the anguished journey into the enemy territory, eventually confronting and killing the boss at a fortress called Groznygrad, proving America's innocence and avoiding nuclear holocaust. Having saved the world, Snake was hailed as a true hero and given the title Big Boss. Following the award ceremony, however, Snake disappeared. Militares sans frontieres is what that sign says. You'll see it in a second. Do you know what that means, chat? Soldiers without borders. He's training all these dudes to do CQC. Hey, that's a conspicuous scar. Hey, where'd you get that snake-like scar on your body?
Boss!
Hey, boss, where'd you get that? That's right. Snake was impreg.
Boss! Want to go around?
Look alive, ladies! The boss is gonna join us! Show him how it's done, boss! Your first priority in enemy territory is knowing your surroundings. Your life depends on where you are looking and how fast you can identify your target. Therefore, you must first master moving your line of sight. To move your line of sight, use the right stick. Now, when I give you an order, look in that direction. Look up. Good. Look down.
I
Good.
thought I was the boss here.
You should be familiar with the up and down controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. Next, we'll check your left and right. Look right. Good. Look left. Good. You should be familiar with the left and right controls now. Press
those
the
are
action
inverted.
button if you're ready to move on.
Those are inverted for some reason. Why are those inverted?
All right,
I need
let's
to fix
try
that.
left and right on the right stick one more time.
I need to fix that. Those are inverted for some reason.
Look right. Good. Look left. Good. You should be familiar with the left and right controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. You can change the controls anytime
Well, to be fair,
in
this
options.
isn't the PSP version. This is the
Go
PS3
with the method that works
version.
best for you. Next, I'll explain
yeah.
how to change stances. If you just stand there like an idiot in front of an enemy, you might as well kill yourself now. At times, you will need to get low to avoid detection. You have 3 stances: stand, crouch, and lying down. To change stances, use the crouch button. Tap the crouch button to change between standing and crouching. You can move in either stance. Hold the crouch button and keep it held to lie down. However, you cannot move while you are lying down.
Yeah, Snake forgot
I'll
how
say
to
that
crawl.
again. You cannot move while lying down. Is that clear?
Yeah, Snake forgot how to crawl, chat. You just can't. He just lays on the ground and goes EP mode. You cannot crawl.
Good.
You can only crouch walk.
Next, we'll work on your movement.
He
Use
forgot
the
how.
left stick to move around. Tilt it a little to walk slowly. Tilt farther to run. Decide which to use based on your situation. Remember that your footsteps are louder when running, making it easier to discover.
He's like 31 here.
Good! Now we have rolling. Rolling is useful for knocking down enemies in your way, and for getting away when surrounded. You can also use it to jump over small ditches and other obstacles. To roll, tap the crouch button while running. You got that? Tap the crouch button while running! Don't forget it!
Yeah, the Metal Gear Solid series has always been good about this.
I will
about
explain
having
how to
characters
attack
just
without
say,
gunfire.
Like, press the
you may
button.
run into an enemy unexpectedly. You may not have a weapon on you, or you may be out of ammo. You'll still need an effective attack strategy. One well-placed strike and the enemy won't know what hit him. To strike an enemy, press the attack button while standing still. On my command, press the attack button repeatedly and take down your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Hello? What the fuck? When I press my R1 and L1, I shrink and grow for some reason. Okay, hold on. Something's going on. Hold on. Steam, are you doing a fucking, like, desktop layout thing?
Impressive,
Okay,
boss!
That fixed it.
Next, we're gonna practice using the stun rod. Hitting someone with the stun rod will shock them with 1.5 million volts. Anyone on the receiving end of that is guaranteed to be out cold. To use the stun rod, press the aim button to ready it,
Also,
then
chat, I
press
don't know
the
if you can
attack
tell,
button.
inside the
You'll be
little
glad to
raindrops,
know we're using mock
inside
stun
the
rods for
raindrops
this
that are
training
on the
session.
screen,
When your partner attacks, make him believe it's the real deal. Prepare yourself for stun rod training.
I don't know if you can tell, chat, in the little, when I unpause, it'll probably go away. There's little, like, raindrops that are on the screen, like, on the camera lens, and the dude is reflected in them. I don't know if you can tell, but, like, look for it.
Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Now, we'll move on to CQC. CQC, or Close Quarters Combat,
chat, you can
refers
see.
to when engaging an enemy in battle at very close range. It is a quick and efficient way of eliminating a threat.
Hungry, so I might get
There are
something,
various
but
CQC techniques. We will go over each of them.
for right now, no.
Don't get cocky
Get some
because you
leftovers.
think you know them. This will be different from what you're used to. Pretend you are learning it for the first time. The first technique is throwing your opponent. To do this, position yourself near your opponent and press the attack button while you tilt the left
What do we
stick.
even have left
Be
in the
sure
air
to
fryer?
press the attack button when the icon appears. Now, wait for my command and throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and do those.
Impressive,
I
boss!
thought we were out of those.
Next, I'm going to teach you how to restrain an opponent close to you. This is a cornerstone of CQC. Grab hold of an enemy, and the bastard's life is in your hands. What you do from there is up to you. Just know that if you restrain him for too long, the average person will most likely pass out. Something to keep in mind. Let's begin. To restrain your opponent, hold down the attack button while near them. Restrain your opponent on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
I'm ready, boss. Let's chat whenever I mean to them.
Fine work, boss! Start talking. Now we will throw your opponent after restraining them. To throw an enemy to the ground, press a direction on the left stick when you have them restrained. Restrain your opponent and throw them on my command. Go!
I know, right?
I'm ready, boss.
He's like a Twitter trans girl.
Fine work, boss! Now we will try CQC against multiple enemy opponents. You can also take out a group of enemies by throwing an opponent you have restrained. First, restrain an opponent by pressing the attack button near them. Then, tilt the left stick to throw them. By tilting the left stick toward other enemies, you can send your captive flying straight into them. On my command,
If you think
restrain
about it,
and then throw your opponent.
You guys
Go!
are kind of,
I'm ready, boss.
hold on. Let me look up the word for this. If you guys think about it, you guys are kind of commentators sans frontieres, you know what I mean? And I'm kind of like the boss of that group, you know? If you think about it, this is just like us. We've all come together in this one place. You have no borders, no ideology. Why is it a -2 and a 5 out of 10? You guys are harsh. And Kyria Nation, yeah.
Start talking.
No,
That is
I haven't
incorrect,
had time
boss!
yet.
Fine work, boss! Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
I'm ready, boss.
Next. Fine work, boss!
They were really
All
hard
right.
for no reason. And
Why
it
don't
made
we
me
do
salty and
something
upset.
special since the boss is here? Anyone who feels like getting their ass kicked, step forward. Don't hold back, boss. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies, you'll have to take them on one after the other. To do it, simply press the attack button again while
The
throwing
BLT
the
experiment
current
is not
enemy.
ongoing because it
Just
turns
be
out
sure to wait for
If I
the
put
icon
salt
to
and
appear.
pepper on the thing,
Go!
we stopped on day 2
ready, boss.
because it turns out if I put salt and pepper on it, I like it. Kind of. I still can't like a tomato, but
Boss, press the attack button when the icon appears. Start talking. Boss, press the attack button when the icon appears.
there we go.
Boss, press the attack button when the icon appears. Boss, press the attack button when the
fucking
icon
am.
appears.
Yeah, you can chain takedowns together like that.
Fine work, boss. Again. Go.
I'm ready, boss.
Anonymous says, Ross, press the nicest button when Molly appears.
Presses the meanies button, so meanies all the time, extreme meanies button.
Fine work, boss. And stop. That's it for today. Thank you, boss. Snake!
Cat, are you ready to meet my favorite guy? Are you ready to meet my favorite guy? Or one of my favorite guys? Also, get ready for this art style chat. I'm gonna turn it down a
What's
little. I
going
feel like I'm
on,
yelling
guys?
over it.
We've got guests.
Kazuhira Miller.
Don't worry,
It's not our friends from Langley.
The art style for this
I brought
owns.
us. Made sure we won't fall.
It's like a living comic book.
Thank you, Big Boss.
Hi, Yuri. Hi, Yuri Lowenthal.
Sorry, Vic Boss.
Listen up. For us, there is no victory.
But in Revolution, doesn't
Babe,
one
I hope you
triumph
stick
or
around and watch
die?
more. It gets
We don't
really
do
cool.
either.
It goes in really cool places with this style. Also, he was just paraphrasing the boss there, which I really like. Look, everybody's defined by a color. Boss has the orange on his shoulder. Kaz has the yellow. That girl in back there had the red.
Here.
Ah, thank you.
Also, that's Spike Siegel.
I feel like a new man. There's no coffee like Costa Rican coffee. So, what brings a distinguished scholar from the Costa Rican
I turned it down a little bit more. There we go.
Professor Galvez comes from Costa Rica's University for Peace.
Hi, Steve Bloom. See?
You see, over the past year, there have been sightings of an armed group in Costa Rica. They're not ours, of course.
Costa Rica doesn't have an army.
Correct. Article 12 of our Constitution states that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished.
The Peace Constitution.
You think it's rebels who fled Nicaragua?
No, they don't appear to be guerrillas. They're far too organized.
What's your government's take?
The authorities in San Jose claim it's a multinational security firm, hired by the Development Corporation of Costa Rica. Lies, obviously. They're bringing in state-of-the-art weaponry and equipment by the shipload.
Where'd they get that kind of cash?
I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
As you both know, the United States views Central America as its backyard. Even after Cuba, we've managed to maintain a delicate balance with the U.S.
And your government can't just give them the boot?
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Japan's constitution has something similar. Article 9.
I'm gonna get,
It
like,
says Japan
small for
renounces
this, I
war
think.
and can't maintain an army.
I understand that you and your men have neither state nor ideology.
To like
That
not
you will
not
fight
show or
any
to like
foe.
show the
Please,
comics as much as
you
possible.
must drive them out of our defenseless country. We come to you, the Militaires Sans Frontières.
So, you want to hire us?
Yes, as our deterrent. We can't afford to pay much, it's true. But we can offer you this. A forward operating base. An offshore plant in the Caribbean.
Sounds pretty good to me. This place is becoming a mess anyway. Snake, we need someplace we can settle down.
Yeah, but the idea is the
The
same.
governments agreed to cooperate. Unofficially, of course.
A chopper for transport would be nice too.
I'll see what I can do.
Hold it. You seem to think we're just a pack of dogs of war. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've heard. You're an army without a state.
No, we've only left our countries behind.
Please, you must help us.
If your suspicions are true, force isn't gonna do any good. You'll have to find a political solution.
The government's hands are tied.
Go back to your bosses in San Jose. Tell them if they want, I'll introduce them to a negotiator I know.
No, I'm not here on their behalf.
So, what are you doing here?
For over 20 years, I've preached the virtues of peace at multiple universities. Tonight, I stand before you as an educator. This is my student.
It's a little more
She came to
complicated
me
than
to
that, but
study
yes.
peace. Her name is Paz.
Hi, Paz.
Ortega.
Hi, Paz. I love you. Paz, I love you. I love you.
Peace.
Also, Paz means peace. Her name literally means
No
peace.
kidding. That's my name too.
Kazuhira. It's Japanese for peace.
Yep, Kaz and Paz both mean peace.
Pleased to meet you, Paz. Call me Kaz.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon, a town in la Costa del Mar Caribe. A few days ago, Paz stumbled upon that facility while searching for a lost friend. She was captured. She's only a child, 16 years old. They did terrible things to her, but somehow she managed to escape.
The hell? Why can't I? Oh, my controller turned off.
She's huérfana. Her mother died when she was small, and she lost her grandparents in the Civil
controller?
War.
Controller?
She hates war with a passion like no other.
Uh-oh. Oh, now it works. Okay.
And I will do anything to protect my namesake.
Anyway, what you were supposed to see there is that she was like cut, burned, like she was like really, really, really hurt.
Get them out of my country. Make them leave Costa Rica.
Sorry, kid.
We know who you are, Big Boss. That is why we've come to you.
I don't know why my controller turned off. It's been charging for like days, so it shouldn't be like low battery. I guess it's just been a while. That cutscene didn't feel that long, but I guess. November 10th, 1974, Caribbean coast, Costa Rica.
Miller here. Do you copy, Snake? I see you've landed. That makes one giant leap for us. I'm sending this from the offshore plant, our mother base. The signal is unidirectional. I'll be giving you commands and advice through this channel.
There we go. Whew.
Keep your headphones on at all times and pay attention. Also, make sure no one else can listen in. Snake, are you clear on the controls? Take a minute to refresh your memory. Use the left stick to move. Use the right stick to adjust your view.
Hey, hold on.
To change your settings, use the start button to open the menu.
I guess I'll change that to the spot cycle.
There's no one around. Why not try some shooting practice? Select a target and squeeze off a round or two. Press the directional buttons while holding the R2 button to switch weapons. Ready your weapon with the L1 button. Then press the R1 button to fire.
Is this also going to be no kill? Generally, Metal Gear
How about
Solids
a
are
little
no
shooting
kill.
practice? Try hitting a coconut.
But yeah, this one is interesting because it's a
Select
PS3
equipment by
version
pressing the square
of
or circle
a
buttons while holding
it's a
the
PS3
L2
version
button to
of a
check your map.
PSP
Press the
game
start button
that
to
didn't
open the
have all
menu.
these buttons, so
To use the stun rod, first unequip any other weapons, then ready it with the L1 button and strike with the R1 button.
also the stun rod has a battery. It comes back over time, but
Grenades explode. You throw them, Snake. Use the L1 button to ready throwing weapons. Once you
oh yeah,
ready
this
the
has this
weapon,
cool thing where you
throw
can
with the
see
R1 button.
where
When
a
using
grenade
throwing
is gonna
weapons,
go.
Hold the attack button down longer to throw farther. You won't throw the weapon until you let go of the
Whoopsie.
button.
Also, it was inverse here for some reason too. Okay.
Perfect target. Looks like you won't be the first to put some holes in it. Some peaceful paradise. That
Hello?
means you're not alone out there. The enemy could be near. Why not sharpen your skills here a bit before you bump into them? With auto-aim,
There we go.
you'll lock onto enemies automatically. Only problem is, you can't target specific body parts. Auto-aim effectiveness will vary from weapon to weapon.
Anyway,
Snake, don't
this is how you
think
aim
could use a little
in
more
this.
practice?
I'm counting on you.
This is the co-op
The
communication
Mark 22
thing
tranquilizer gun can
where you
put
can
enemies
say
to
things
sleep.
to other characters, other
Closer to
people
the head
playing.
you hit, the more effective it is. Tranquilizer rounds are hard to come by. Don't waste them.
But yeah, it's weird. This is kind of like, it's like MGS3, but with a bunch of features missing. But then it's like MGS5, but like a demo of it. You'll see when we play MGS5. There's a lot of stuff in this that's just in MGS5, like a lot, most of the game. But then it's also like, you know, as a direct sequel to MGS3, it's kind of missing a lot of features. Like Snake can no longer crawl. He can only crouch walk. You can't change camo anymore, but you do have a camo index up there in the top corner. But like you can't change what your camo is anymore. Which is kind of weird. Let's do that.
Using auto-aim enables you to quickly draw a bead on the target. It's not entirely reliable though. If you want accuracy, go manual. Auto-aim only works with live targets. That means it won't snap to some threats. So be careful. The M16's a standard assault rifle, capable of rapid fire.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go get a drink real fast. Afraid of women, chat. Lynn's terrified of women. And saw a woman and literally shielded her eyes. The woman was me. She said I was gonna bite your tit off, so I ripped up my shirt and I fucking presented my tit and I was like, do it then, do it. And she started like just hiding her face, going, no, 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 no. All right.
Gotta thank you for agreeing to this, Snake. Man, am I glad to be out of here. Finally, we can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind.
That's the only reference to Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, by the way. Right there, that now we can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind. That is the only reference to Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, which is a game that was like this on the PSP, but is not a mainline entry, was not written by Kojima because he was working on Metal Gear Solid 4. That's it. That's the only line. I thought there were more. I checked. What you asked?
Are they still here?
Come on, Snake. This could be good for us.
Anyway.
They're willing to give us an offshore plant, a place we can finally put down some roots. This is our chance to expand MSF.
We don't need a place to stay, guys. We're nomads. We always will be.
What? You'd rather keep wandering from conflict to conflict? Tools in the hands of whoever's fighting at the time?
The second we settle down, who's to say we won't become the warmongers?
Listen to me, Snake. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business. A new kind of business. Look, it's not like we're trying to start a war here. All we need to do is find out who this security company really is.
Come on, Kaz. It's pretty obvious that they're backed by the CIA.
Wait a sec. That would mean...
Our friend, the professor, is likely KGB.
I see.
We'd be making an enemy of our homeland.
And there'd be no turning back.
Ah, this damn thing won't light.
Huh?
Put on some coffee, Kaz. It's time for a little chat with the professor.
Huh. Weird robot hand. Sure would be cool if I had a gadget like that, but...
When I got my medal from the Secretary General, he gave me this prosthetic hand.
That
as
would never
well.
happen. That'd be too funny.
But smoking was ruining my lungs, so I quit. I've not had much use for it since.
CCCP.
It's quite an honor to meet the legendary Big Boss.
That's just a code name the CIA made up.
Then perhaps I should call you John.
I don't have a name. Stop using that code name you liked so much 10 years ago. What about you, comrade? What do they call you back at Center?
Well then, allow me to get straight to the point. Land as slim as a whip, hot as torture.
That's the Chilean poet, Neruda.
Central America is the navel of the American continents, bridging north and south. We want this land. We'll build a socialist stronghold, then use it to split the Americas in two.
America would lose its backyard.
And with it, its economic production, shipping lanes, and strategic value. We, on the other hand, would gain a base from which all of Latin America would be well within our reach. He who controls Central America will win this Cold War. First comes Nicaragua, toppling the pro-American
No,
Somoza
this isn't
regime.
based.
In preparation, we've begun instigating anti-Somoza sentiment and
This isn't that type of
providing
communism,
Sandinista
chat.
National Liberation Front.
This is
You're
much more
manipulating
authoritarian.
Sandinista into overthrowing Somoza for you.
After the revolution, Nicaragua will become a socialist state.
You think
Yeah, this is
America's
still
just gonna let that
imperialism.
happen?
Certainly not. After all, the CIA is already
Blunt Princess says
And
hi.
that's the armed group inside Costa Rica.
Precisely. It's clear that they've been sent in to disrupt our efforts across the
Hi,
border
Bon Princess.
in Nicaragua. Simply put, the army now stationed in Costa Rica is CIA capital. But it's more complex than that. The CIA's got something else planned as well.
What?
That is the million-dollar question. Big Boss, we want you and your unit to find the answer.
Alright, by this guy though, gotta commit. You're right, based,
Infiltrate and
based!
investigate the facility in La Costa, where
That is what the boss said. We have to
all
live
you
true. We have to have
can
loyalty to the
operations.
end.
Then drive them out of the country.
That's what she meant, right? You have to just agree with whatever the people who hire you say, no matter what.
You're asking us to settle a turf war between the KGB and the CIA.
What about her? That was all just an act?
You mean her words about peace? She was captured, that much is true. But I've kept my KGB affiliation from her.
And you thought we'd fall for a sob story?
No. I had good reason to bring her along. She managed to escape with her life, but her friend was not so lucky. Why were they attacked? I believe this will help explain. Perhaps they saw something they weren't supposed to. Perhaps they heard something they shouldn't have.
A cassette tape?
Paz took this during her escape. She says her friend happened to record it by accident.
What is that?
Sony stereo
Portable
cassette
stereo
player
cassette
Walkman
player,
TPS
the
L2.
first of its kind.
Ah, I heard they were working on something like that in Japan. Didn't know you guys were too.
I believe what you're about to hear will help you understand.
What is that? A quetzal?
The phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
I love this art style so much. The way Boss is sometimes, or the Big Boss rather, is
what?
drawn sometimes like even without eyes or any detail.
Now it gets interesting.
Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Boss. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the boss.
What?
The boss is alive!
The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was...
I mean,
a
she
hit
was
in
officially recognized as a
1973.
war criminal, but yeah.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your mentor? Your mission or your beliefs?
I am loyal to
Boss
myself.
is alive in Costa Rica.
Ooh, I'm sure that's
As I
gonna...
understand it,
I'm sure
she
we're
was
gonna have a
one
good
who
reunion.
Fought by your side.
I'm sure she's gonna be really happy about everything we've done.
The CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss.
Just gave that man a panic attack.
Well, what'll it be? Will you take the job?
Snake, it's gotta be a trap.
So you still can't turn your back on your country? Then I suppose you won't need this.
Wait!
Snake?
Look at him. Look at how much grief there is in this man.
Okay.
You couldn't even see his face. Just that was a being of pure grief. God, I love this art style so much. They do so many cool things with it. My fucking controller turned off again. God damn it.
There they are. CIA mercs. Snake, you've got to get past them undetected.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Avoid
see if
combat
my
whenever
PS3
possible.
has a controller timeout thing.
This is a sneaking mission. Hide behind stuff. Take the long way around. Whatever it takes to stay out of sight. Your gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill you as save you.
Hmm. Hmm. I mean, the VOD will be up. It's uploaded. I just have to make a thumbnail for it, which I'll do tonight. Okay, maybe Steam is the one controlling the timeout? Hold on. Katie, thank you for gifting 30 packs. What the hecky? Oh, we're now only 120 away from the secret project reveal, huh? Alright. A little scary. Idle gamepad shutdown timeout, 5 minutes. Let's do like 30 minutes. Cheddar Sans Frontieres is happening? Yeah. Commentators Sans Frontieres.
Make your way east. To press up against a wall, face it and hit the action button. From that position, you can press the L1 button to detect enemies. That also works while lying down.
I mean, Blunt, think about it this way. I'm uploading the VODs basically day of, and I'm getting them out basically day of. So think about it this way. Subathons just mean there's always new VOD content to watch. Like, literally always. You know? So when you get home from work, there's new Kyria stuff waiting for you.
When you clear the jungle, you'll be there. Head east.
Be there to see it live, you know? That's fair.
We'll keep it here at the base. The indicator in the upper right serves as a compass and shows sound sources. Pay attention to your surroundings.
Oh yeah, you also can't shoot while laying down either. You basically can't do anything while laying down. It's pretty rarely used, and it kind of stinks, considering how much crawling is like an important thing in MGS3, but oh well. We're here to get maximum story enjoyment, not maximum gameplay enjoyment, although I do love the gameplay of this game.
Your life gauge on the left of the screen. To the right of that, you'll see your sight gauge. Exhausting it will inhibit your actions. Your life gauge will recover with time. The sight gauge too. You'll recover faster crouching than standing up. Lying flat works even better. Make your way east.
I would fucking love if this game got remade, or a version of this game got remade as a roguelike, by the way. Oh yeah, chat, let me know if you want me to, but at some point I might check out, after we've gone through the whole series or something, I might check out, Metal Gear Acid, which is like this cool spin-off that's like a card game.
You're inside the compound. Security is tight. Stay sharp.
I hope we hit the 300-hour wall. You would have to buy a lot of packs to get there.
Hey! I know I saw something.
Come over and investigate it, big boy. Holy shit, Molly Meanies mode.
Freeze.
I couldn't remember if you could still hold people up in this game or not. Also, you can more easily pat them down for items.
Infiltrate the facility on the east side of the compound.
And doing that also wakes them up. It's easier to wake them up now. You should always pat people down for items, basically, because any extras that you get any extras that you get sent to Mother Base. So I don't remember if Kaz was in Portable Ops. I don't think he was. I'm like 99% sure he wasn't, but I think this is his first game. I know he says something about San Geronimo, but I don't know if he was actually there. Love box. Oh yeah, this is a bigger cardboard box that lets you fit more people. Earned a trophy. I feel
for the
safe.
building to the east. We need intel on that base.
God damn it. Hold on. Need to be tiny for this game. So first of all, do that. Secondly, I'm pretty sure there's a way to make my PS5 make trophy sounds when I get a trophy. But it didn't do it there, so hold on. The NES games aren't canon. He's technically in Metal Gear MSX 1 and or 2, I think. I don't know. It's weird and a little hard to explain without spoiling anything. Hold on. One second, chat. I'll do that later. Okay, cool. There is a way to add the trophy sound to the PS3, but I have to do it manually, so I'll do it later. Well, hold on. I guess I could do it now. 1 second. Where's this stored? Come on, work faster. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Go here. Okay, we'll see if that works, and if not, I might need to restart the game. We will check. Okay.
Freeze.
You hear that? Gunshots!
Ran out of silencer.
We're being shot at! Going to alert...
What's wrong? We have a situation. Backup team. Head over and investigate.
All right.
No use, boss. Security's too tight. There's no way you can charge it now. Shake those guys first. Stay out of sight till they've called off the alert. Understood. Eliminate all hostiles.
God damn it. Your silencer does not last long, no.
We're under attack! Hey!
Are we good? I
No
go.
use, boss. Security's too tight.
I don't remember how you apply another silencer.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. Target lost. Going to alert status.
Understood. The enemy should still be nearby. Find him. There's no way you can charge it now. Shake those guys first.
Come in, HQ.
Mission complete.
Yes, sir, we broke him.
I'm not doing that today. Actually, no. My legs really fucking hurt from doing it last 2 days. I will give you the card back, but I'm not doing it.
Spears are loaded. The barge is cleared Point Bravo.
Acknowledged. Out.
Play it tomorrow and I'll do it, but I'm not doing it today. Oh shit, god damn it.
Freeze. The cargo. Where's it headed? What is it?
This has quick time events that I forgot about.
In the mountains. What's up there?
Also, yes. Yes, those things sound like Hatsune Miku. They use Vocaloid for them.
Kaz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You found a radio.
It's got a circuit that reverses the audio phase.
Let's switch frequencies from time to time, just to make sure we're not detected.
I found a map of their bases. The cargo's heading from the marshes west towards Irasu.
Nice going, boss.
Kaz, this place is full of film badges. Dozens of them.
Film badges? Like the ones used
Well, like
to
the
measure
program
radiation
Vocaloid,
exposure?
yes. Vocaloid is just a
Radio
program
man
you
was
can
wearing
use.
one. And whoever he was talking
With voice
to called
banks
the
that let you,
cargo
like,
spears.
make it do, like,
Wait,
make it sing things.
That would mean...
Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Holy Mother of God.
Don't worry. Don't worry, when we heard they're bringing nukes into Costa Rica, you didn't have to show us directed by Hideo Kojima. It was implied. Don't worry. There we go. And the achievement sound worked. Wahoo. Good to know that that works. I need to see if I can find the PS3 trophy sound, but like a clean version of it. I found one, but it's really fucking loud. There we go. That's a good one. So autistic? Why am I autistic? What did I do? What did I do? Weapon XP, they do love their subsystems. Oh, this game goes insane with subsystems. Just wait. Oh, excuse me. I made the mistake and I got root beer, and root beer always makes me burpy. Root beer is this annoying thing because I'm always like, man, I haven't had a root beer in a while, and then I get a root beer and I'm like, for like 3 root beers, I'm like, fuck, root beer's so good. Why don't I get root beer more often? And then I by my 4th root beer, I'm like, oh yeah, because root beer sucks. It gets old very quickly to me. Okay, there we go. Whoops, OBS has crashed. Would you like to copy the crash log to the clipboard? The crash log will still be saved to blank. So I've had this happen before. Chat, can you still hear me? As long as I don't hit to close OBS, it's fine. It didn't actually crash. I'll change when we go to at 5 o'clock, but I'll restart it then just in case. But yeah, it doesn't affect the recording either, as far as I can tell. Okay. Look, there's even cutscene interaction bonus.
How's that map, Snake? Think you can use it?
It tells me where their bases are, but it's just a bunch of points. No routes. I need better intel on the lay of the land.
Snake, the professor said he's got the Sandinistas on his side. Said you should get in touch with the FSL and Commandante.
Do they know they're backed by the KGB?
Nah. As far as they know, they're really fighting for the revolution. The KGB is staying behind the scenes. I'm not sure the Sandinistas are aware of what's really going on.
Still can't believe anybody would bring nukes here.
Yeah, that's a shocker. Costa Rica's party to the Tlatelolco Treaty, which declares Latin America a nuke-free zone. Based on Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles, it bans the testing, use, import, or deployment of nuclear weapons. If word of this gets out, Opinol will be forced to act. It'll cause an international uproar.
The treaty was signed to prevent another Cuban Missile Crisis. If the U.S. itself is gonna scrap it...
Latin America is too close to spawning another Cuba or two already. The entire continent would become one big powder keg.
Well, if they did bring nukes, we can't let them get away with it.
Are they planning a test, showing off? Or is it all to keep the anti-American movement in check?
Good question. Why bring them here? I can't figure it out.
Whatever the CIA's up to in Costa Rica, the professor wants it stopped. We need to find out what that something is.
We need to get ready first, Kaz. Repairs?
Working as fast as we can, boss. This place is pretty beat. Looks like hell. But as long as you're with us, we'll make it heaven. No one can bother us here. No state telling us what to do.
Yeah, we're on international waters.
MSF's haven, our mother base. And with this foothold, we'll back you
we
up
now have an oil rig out in the middle of the
turn this
Pacific
pile of
Ocean or
junk into
whatever.
something big.
We just have a fucking oil rig out in the middle of nowhere because now we're in international waters. So we truly are soldiers without borders. An army without a border. There it is. There's MSF's mother base. Look familiar? Anybody who's played Metal Gear Solid 5? Like I said, a lot of that game is just this game, but open world. Mother base can develop weapons and items. Country has to start developing weapons. And of GMP. I think it's gross material product. R&D team level 2 or higher. So again, it's got a Monster Hunter-ass like system of like making shit. Yeah, how do I assign staff? I don't remember. Mother base is divided in several teams, including the combat unit, R&D team, and the waiting room. By dividing your staff between the teams, raising each team's level, you'll be able to develop new weapons over time. Select auto-assign the waiting room to automatically assign staff to the right teams according to their abilities. Bringing talented personnel and exploiting their talents with the right assignments is the key to expanding Mother Base. Includes the tutorial. Yeah, so you can just get guys, like you can in MGS5. You can just zoop them up into the sky. And they get on Mother Base and they get brainwashed, and then you can assign them places, and they have like stats, which are these bars, and they'll do things. Some of them are unique, like Miller here. He raises the R&D team by, huh. Oh yeah, this is versus ops. You could do like multiplayer. They actually kept that intact on the PS3 and Xbox release of this. You could do the multiplayer in this. You couldn't in 2 and or you couldn't in Metal Gear Solid 3, but you could in this. Feeling a permanent grudge because I like Lungfish instead of a cool nickname. Yeah, they don't get cool names. You could be Moonras, Koipyu, Lobster, Magpie, Lungfish. I believe you get more GMP every every mission, but I don't remember. No, I don't want to do that. All right, mission selector. This is the other part of the Monster Hunter type stuff. You still doing BLTs? No, because I ended up finding a way to like them, which was the point. I don't like tomatoes, but at least I can like a BLT, which means I can maybe like other things. Select mission we should participate in. L1 and R1 buttons to switch tabs. You can play co-op missions. Come on. Play co-op missions by connecting to PlayStation Network. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so this is you have the main ops, extra ops, co-ops. You can watch cutscenes here. You have regions that you can open up. I don't know. I don't remember what this does. And then this is everything. Oh yeah, these are the, okay, right. And then these are the different regions where stuff are, right? Okay. And then yeah, there's the mission details and everything. We're gonna do the Fulton recovery real fast.
The boss has infiltrated the area around the coastal supply facility and knocked out the soldier there. But we can't just leave him there to be found. I need you to get in there and capture the unconscious soldier using the Fulton recovery system. Do it quickly before he comes to.
This is a tutorial on how to do the Fulton recovery system. Like somewhat non-linear? Kinda. There are core missions you have to do in a linear fashion, but yeah. What? Oh, you have to play as an MSF soldier?
The mercenary supply base is situated on elevated ground by the coast. I heard them call it
V is very
Puerto
good.
del Alba, Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up there. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but
It's just funny that people like don't realize that Metal Gear Solid 5 is like just a remake of this kind of in some ways. Because
You've been through a lot.
nobody played this game. I mean they did, but like it was a PSP game. Comparatively, nobody played this game.
I won't let your efforts go wasted.
It's also again arguably the second most important in the entire thing, and definitely the most important in putting everything together. Yeah, so some missions you cannot play as Snake. You have to play as a random guy. I'm gonna play as Lungfish. Was that also a PSP game? Oh yeah, you can change your camo, but you can only do it here. I'm just gonna make Lungfish.
Let's rock. Let's rock.
Okay. Scary.
Let's rock, baby.
Yeah, I thought somebody played that when I heard it. So yeah, sometimes you have to play as somebody who isn't Snake.
To bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears and push the action button.
Let's rock, baby.
And this is what happens when they get Fultoned. Goodbye.
You could probably climb that if you had someone to lend you a hand.
Aha, co-op.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
You'd probably have more fun and get to do cool things if you were playing with other people. Technically, this does actually support net play, but
don't mess around or they're gonna wake up.
oh yeah, you also have a timer on some missions, like on this one.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton recovery on him. Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
That's also how you leave missions, is to Fulton yourself out, which is very good. Following words can be infused with heroic spirit. I do not remember what that does. Report has arrived from the R&D team. Rank 2. Lungfish's abilities have increased because we took him out on a mission. He was kind of shit before, but he due to experience in the mission, he got better. So have these people from working on things. 4 new members have joined. Jeanette, Sparrow, Hose, and Oov. Oh, wrong thing. Hate that clicking that goes into like a big menu. Was that Dove? It looked like Oov. But that probably makes more sense, doesn't it? You do get a little empty mag you can throw to distract enemies, which I think is cute. Mark 22 Hush Puppy. Yeah, if I have to kill people on this one, I won't feel bad about it. Generally speaking, you get like less stuff if you do that, but analyzer, sure. I don't remember if there's a thing that says how many missions a thing takes, because I don't think it's real world time. Oh, that is a Dove. Yeah, that is D. Okay, mission selector. Yeah, typically you'll get like a bulk of missions that you can do in any order that you want. But generally speaking, it is like somewhat linear.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
Angel of Peace.
Snake.
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See,
that teacher is the guy who was actually KGB.
So we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace and...
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
Thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me.
Yep.
I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
So, Paz is your paramedic of this game.
I'll ask.
But also, other things.
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about, or...
No, she just knows a lot of things. Like, she just knows a lot of stuff about Costa Rica and can tell you about it.
Making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. And I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Paz can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante.
Me too.
They can tell us more about what's up
I
ahead.
hope it is actually like Metal Gear and not like some like weird, I don't know.
We better hope they're still alive.
I'm nervous about his other game, OD, since the only thing we've seen is like people screaming, and he described it like more like a movie than anything else.
Putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
But to be fair, Kojima did a new IP with Death Stranding, and that one's really good, so... So yeah, this is very Monster Hunter, having to pick your like loadout beforehand. It'll tell you where things are going to be best.
Survival.
I mean,
survival, 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 survival.
Me too. I'm also a big Kojima head, so I'm excited. I'm also just like nervous. Hello, Marcy. Way better today? Good.
Kaz, what kind of shape is that plant the professor gave us in?
First time I laid eyes on it, I thought it was some kind of joke. It was a giant birdhouse, seagulls everywhere. We eventually scraped off most of the rust and bird crap. The underlying structure's intact. Little elbow grease? Man, we should be in business.
Who used to own it anyway? Whatever shape it's in now, somebody sank some serious money into building it.
From what I can tell, an American university built it as a research platform for ocean thermal energy conversion. The name's still on some of the rusty old power turbines. I'm guessing they must have had government and corporate assistance to build it too. But they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was canceled. Then after the university abandoned it, A KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, that professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard.
So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh?
Hey, let's give it a shot. We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss?
Paz has a lot to say, and we will be listening to things that people, or not Paz, sorry, Miller as well. They all do. We will be listening to things that they have to say over time.
Snake, you can use the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to send prisoners and unconscious mercenaries you encounter back to Mother Base. I know you've used the Fulton before, but just to make sure I'm not missing anything, let's review the steps.
Okay.
First, attach a balloon to the unconscious enemy or captured prisoner.
Right. I hook a wire to their waist, and on the other end of the wire, there's a helium balloon.
Right. Then we'll send over a chopper to catch the floating balloon with its recovery hook and reel it up into its cargo hold.
And that's it?
And that's it. We finished installing the recovery hook on the Huey.
Wait, Kaz. Something doesn't make sense about this whole process.
This again.
Well, normally, Fulton recovery is for when you're using fixed-wing aircraft. With a helicopter, isn't it simpler to land and pick up directly?
Listen, Snake. You're going to be calling for recoveries repeatedly throughout your mission. We want to keep the risk of taking enemy fire to a minimum. The best way to get that done is to do the recovery in a high-speed flyby. That's what the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system is for.
Uh-huh. What's the real reason?
Helicopters are cheaper, and the repair bills will start adding up once the bullets start flying.
I thought so. Kaz, I know we need to keep costs down, but...
Boss, you really need to get rid of this whole army mentality. We're not the Pentagon. We don't have billions of taxpayer dollars to play with. And besides...
RC, install Dark Souls Remastered.
Just pick a reason that makes sense.
Helicopters have quicker response time. Sounds strange, yeah, but it works great. I promise.
Specifically remastered.
Long.
Yeah, I hope so.
It just runs better, with less problems needed to fix it. I mean, all you have to do is install DSFix for the original, but still.
Remember why we created MSF, Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight. But we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps,
yeah,
no
it's not a big
Our
game.
strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation-states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest.
This sounds great. Private corporation or private corporate military arms manufacturing. Snake, you're doing amazing. Well, it's important to note that they're not like mercenaries. You can't just hire them for any job. The point is more so that they are the point more so of MSF more than anything is to be a not to say that it's right or anything, but more than anything, MSF is to be a place where a soldier. Like someone like the boss, like Snake, like a soldier can do what they do best, which is soldiering, like it's the only life they know. without having to be confined to ideologies or borders or anything like that. It is a safe haven for soldiers of the world to come together and unite under one. I said we'll do it again. I want to. It's
Your
good.
old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the mother of special forces, right?
Nothing but propaganda.
Actually, it's not all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces. Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
I can.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value.
Yeah, makes sense.
What the fuck?
I've walked all
Jams
over the
just
piece.
resubscribed for 31 months.
Thank you,
Kyria,
Chloe.
Kyria.
Hello.
Have you walked over all the pieces?
Costa Rica isn't alone. All of Latin
Thank you for the
America is
resub.
getting swept up in the superpowers' Cold War. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, the communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. And the communists, for their part, didn't exactly stay true to their principles. They tried to escape class-based society, but between Stalin's autocracy and the rise of the nomenklatura, they ended up creating one anyway. Once people have power, they stop caring about equality. That's where communism, where society in general, reaches its limits. The rulers only care about their own gain. The opposing side becomes a risk factor that threatens the profit, and thus the ongoing struggle between capitalism and communism was born.
And now, nuclear deterrence is part of the picture.
Exactly.
Kaz has a lot of really interesting
They say
things. I want to
nuclear
listen to him.
weapons are the reason we haven't seen conflict on a global scale since World War II. The thought that your opponent might launch nukes against you sort of makes it tough to start an armed conflict, especially now that they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nowhere is safe.
Of course, all that has caused military expenditures to skyrocket.
Well, the only way to ward off a preemptive strike is to flaunt your own nuclear stockpile, and that's caused their numbers to increase exponentially, not just with regards to destructive power, but in terms of targeting technology too. Now they can hit a target halfway across the world with pinpoint accuracy. In a way, the space race was a demonstration of that technological progress.
And as a result of all that, we now have mutually assured destruction.
It's the ultimate form of deterrence. No one's going to launch their nukes knowing they'll be obliterated in return.
I don't know. The chance of somebody hitting the button by mistake is never zero.
Not wrong.
You're right. Even with peace guaranteed by MAD, there's always the risk of an accident.
Nobody wants the world to end on account of some machines malfunctioning.
On the other hand, thanks to deterrence, we haven't had a world war since 1945. You gotta admit, it has been pretty peaceful.
Not that it matters to us.
People point at the nuclear arms and space races and call it a Cold War. I say if they're not shooting at each other, why not call it world peace?
Doesn't mean war is gone. Look at Korea. Look at Vietnam.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking in relative terms here. Besides, if war died out completely, we'd be SOL.
We're not warmongers.
And yet, we can't survive in a world that's at peace.
You got a point.
A point that I'm sure will never come up again, Kaz. I'm sure that point you just made will never come up again. Smile.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then.
All real history, by the way.
I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And...
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
I don't know what détente is.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting at risk becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries.
Unfortunately.
Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins. So they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The US and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy. Even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
Detente is or whatever he says, a reduction of tensions between countries. Random question, what do you think about Kiefer Sutherland in MGS5? It is unfortunate that he is in MGS 5 Ground Zeroes. I wish that one was David Hayter, because then it would make a lore thing that happens like really, really perfect. But I think he did a good job. I mean, David Hayter, nobody can replace David Hayter, but he did fine. I'm not like, oh, this fucking sucks. Like, he's fine.
Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
Again, all of this is like real, I believe. I'm not like super well versed in my Latin American history, but I'm 99% sure most of the stuff, if they don't like directly reference an event from like one of the games, especially since the only game that's happened in history at this point is Metal Gear Solid 3, if they don't recommend Operation or reference Operation Snake Eater, most of this is like real.
Around here they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
I promise we'll play the game again soon, but there's a lot of these, and the longer we wait to do them, the more they're just going to get up more and more of them, so we might as well just do them now. Oh yeah, I learned a lot from this section.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution.
I didn't know any of this. This is all real.
Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
He gets into it.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current Constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense.
Also real, JSDF.
Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union, and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance.
I mean,
in
they did nuke
1960
you.
and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security
Some
guarantee.
people.
And you know how
Insane
Japan's
people.
industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow. You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that.
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, so that's kind of the ethos of this game. A lot of this game is about the question of like, is nuclear deterrence real? Would a country like if like you said, if Moscow nuked Tokyo, would the U.S. actually retaliate? Would they really? I mean, it was just an ally. It wasn't American soil, and that's a whole nuclear war you're starting. You sure?
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
Is Japan the only place that's ever been nuked? I can't think of anywhere else that's ever had a nuclear bomb dropped on it. Like, not for testing, but like as war, as a means of like retaliation. Yeah, aggressively, yes. I do think it's interesting that we dropped a bomb. Like, we were testing all these bombs and nobody really seemed to notice or care that much. I mean, obviously they did, but like nobody was like, hey, you can't drop that. Like, it wasn't like, you know, there wasn't like the outcry that there was after it happened. I think it's interesting that after a nuke got dropped, basically the whole world, all countries were kind of in agreement of, wow, that sucked. We're never doing that again. But also everybody get a nuke just in case anybody else ever wants to do that to us.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No
Yeah, but they're
preemptive
not
attacks.
Serious.
Only the minimum defensive
Like
action
nobody takes
necessary
them
after
seriously.
an enemy attack.
They're known, but like they are understood to be
The
fools.
JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Yeah,
Because I
and
didn't
nobody's
have a
taking
reason
him
to be in
seriously,
Japan
like I just
anymore.
said.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier.
Nobody is
So
going
I
like,
didn't
yeah,
have
that's
to
a good
care for her
idea. Where there's
anymore.
not like a national
With her
movement
gone,
behind this guy. He's
there was
going,
no point
yeah, that's
hanging
smart.
around in Japan.
Even
Yeah,
other
but a man
Republicans
with your
are like, no,
talents
that's
could have risen
insane.
pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF. And I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima. The guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion.
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
There are plenty of warmongers in the U.S., yes, but anybody who is saying, like, oh yeah, we should nuke anywhere is a deeply unserious position. Like, that is a deeply unserious position that nobody is like, maybe this guy has a point.
Don't forget to give the MSF staff
Yes, he
assignments.
has.
Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
I don't know what that is,
Right.
but yes, he
that
has.
goes for me too.
If that's
Assign me
the
wherever you
last
think
author
is
he was
best.
talking about.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I'd kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, cuz.
Is there? Also,
Life's
here's how they
funny
met.
sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are fighting side by side.
You mean Columbia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF, I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries. Despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian Army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out. And I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take. As a warrior.
Wow. I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
Hold on.
You probably heard this a million times, Snake, but you should always avoid combat with the enemy when possible.
Right.
We're outnumbered and in unfamiliar territory. We won't survive long in a straight fight, even with you on our side.
I know. Avoiding combat is rule number 1 in a sneaking mission.
That's right. Don't let the enemy know where you are, and attack only when necessary, using hit-and-run tactics to cripple them. It's the essence of guerrilla warfare.
Okay, sorry, I was talking to Marcy about a project. Not the secret project, but something else. Yes, there's a lot of briefings, and I want to listen to them. They're important.
Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah. What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible, and send them back using Fulton recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Much
Put 'em
smaller
to sleep,
secret project.
Knock them out, hold them up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what'd be really nice, though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time. Don't carry any more gear than you need. If you try and stuff your entire arsenal into your backpack, it'll be too heavy and your mobility will be impaired. You'll only be hurting yourself.
I know. Take only what you need. Every rookie knows that.
You can check the weight of your gear before heading out. So make sure you do.
Got it.
Even a born warrior like you gets hand tremors, Snake. It happens even when you're full of stamina, and it only gets worse when you're tired, especially with larger, heavier weapons. Obviously, you'll get better aim crouching than you will standing. And when you use a scope, setting your sights on a single point will gradually give you a more precise aim. As we develop better weapons at Mother Base, though, you may gain access to new, low-tremor versions of the same guns. So if you expect the shakes to be a problem, you might want to put some resources into R&D.
I'll keep it in mind. Then again, the more you use a weapon, the more your hands get used to it. Sometimes it pays to be faithful to your gun.
Hi, Princess. How are you? Nice to see you.
Choosing the right uniform is crucial. Pick one that matches the mission objective and your own combat style.
Okay, thanks, Kaz.
Jungle fatigues are made for jungle combat. They provide decent protection and let you carry a fair number
Pretty
of
tired,
weapons.
but okay.
Your
It's
standard
alright.
uniform, basically. The distinguishing factor is that your camo index will vary
hi, Zilk.
a lot.
It's okay, just
depending
rest
on
your
the
head in
area.
my lap.
Wear a pattern that makes you blend in with your
I'll pet
surroundings,
you and make you feel
your
all
camo
nice.
index goes up. Wear something that clashes, and you'll stick out like a sore thumb.
Pick the right pattern for the occasion. Sigint used to lecture me on it all the time.
Cat ears? Yeah, sometimes sometimes chat makes me into a cat. God, that's hard to that's hard to say fast.
Naked. That's exactly what you are with this uniform. The pants are the same as the jungle fatigues. Obviously, since you're exposing your bare skin, your defense and camo index are gonna be low. On the plus side, it's so light you can move around quicker.
Good for her. Showing off muscles, too.
Hey, Snake. I heard they gave you your old code name because you used to run around with your shirt off. Is that true?
Don't believe everything you hear. They called me naked because I went in without gear or food. I had to procure everything on site.
You mean they sent you into the jungle without even a pair of pants? On a halo jump from 35,000 feet? Sweet Jesus, you are a legend.
You're busting my balls, aren't you, Kaz?
Little bit, yeah.
Hilarious.
Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
What about it?
That was no Russian imitation. It was the real deal. A prototype developed by a Japanese company.
Get out of here.
It's true. It had the Sony logo on it. The product name is Walkman.
Walkman.
It's a revolutionary new concept. Music you can listen to on the go. You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is for something so
That sounds
tiny.
fake and dumb.
And in stereo, too. Think of the technology that must have gone into it. And that tape is equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish, too.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me. It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me neither. Tell you what, though, it's a fine piece of work. It'll let me listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, but I have to agree. Me? I'm a recording freak, and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
I'm having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it. Who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better.
I'm curious about what Snake is listening to. Well, I can take the Walkman with me.
Snake, about cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe,
yeah,
here
of
goes.
course there has.
Go on.
You can do much more with a box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there.
Huh?
You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people could fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do.
2 men in a box.
Up to 2 people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and an icon will appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
Ah, a box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times we live in, hey, Kaz?
Yeah. Sure, boss.
Yeah. So there's also all this stuff about co-op, but I'll get through it real quick, but...
Cooperative operations, or co-ops for short, is the term for taking on missions in teams of 2 or more. The basic co-ops unit is a 2-man cell.
Even a single teammate is great to have in enemy territory.
There might be
And
something
there are
funny
actually
in these.
quite a few things you can't do by yourself. You can help each other climb walls, divide up mission roles. On the other hand, if one of you is spotted, the other one's screwed too. And it's kind of tough for 2 people to hide in one small space.
Good point. But what's more important than anything is how close you are to your comrades.
Well said. Working as a 2-man cell can make the mission easier or harder, depending on how well you work together. It's also good to note that if you've got a clear, specific objective, it can be to your advantage to use an even bigger team. That said, teams of 3 or more run a much greater risk of being spotted.
Yeah. In a sneaking mission, the fewer people you have, the easier it is to get around.
In co-ops, you can trade weapons and equipment with your teammates. You can also display your teammates' inventories from your weapon or equipment menu. Ammo is shared too, of course.
Ammo, sure. How about life? That also shared?
Yep. You all sink or swim together. Your teammate dies, you die. You need to be within a certain distance of each other to swap items.
Yeah, I know. I've been in this business so long I can virtually see that distance. Looks kind of like a ring in my head.
That's why you're the boss. Okay, we'll call it the co-op ring. And entering the ring will be called going co-op in. Another thing. During a mission you can assume what we'll call the snake formation. Same as your code name, but probably not standard operating procedure for a guy who specializes in going solo.
Damn right. There's only room for one snake.
In co-ops, though, it's a highly effective formation. The signal for snake formation is to tap your teammate on the shoulder.
Can't form up until you're close enough to reach out and touch someone.
Entering snake formation is called going snake in. When you're snake in, the soldier at the front of the line controls movement. The soldiers in back focus on scouting and attack. Just because your heart stops doesn't mean you're dead immediately.
Right. The heart just circulates blood through the body. But stopping it does cut oxygen supply to the brain. You'll be dead soon after.
Which is why we have CPR. Let's say your heart does stop. If someone performs CPR before your brain cells die, you can recover. In co-ops, when the life gauge drops to 0, it means you're in a near-death state. You won't be able to move or anything else. Performing CPR on near-death teammates can bring them back into action. Of course, performing CPR in the middle of battle isn't exactly safe. You're leaving yourself exposed. Even so, in co-ops, you and your teammates are all in the same boat. Don't think you can get away with leaving one of them behind.
I wouldn't think of it. And I'd expect them to do the same for me.
If you let all your teammates die during a mission, there'll be nobody left to save you.
And then, it's game over.
Thank you, paramedic, who invented the concept
Building
of
trust with your
paramedics.
teammates is essential to success in co-ops.
That goes without saying. I'm not gonna let somebody I can't trust cover my ass.
The measure of that trust is called camaraderie. Think of it as an indicator of how strong your bond is with your co-op's teammates. The friendlier you act toward them, the greater your camaraderie.
Give me an example.
Your camaraderie will be higher if you're co-op in than standing apart. Saving a teammate's life with CPR also strengthens your bonds with them. Things like hitting a teammate with friendly fire will cause your camaraderie to go down.
Makes sense.
Camaraderie carries over from mission to mission. The next time you go co-ops in with the same guy, you'll start off strong. But be careful. If you keep taking new people with you on missions, your camaraderie with past teammates eventually reverts back to its original level.
Got it. I'll have to make sure to renew old friendships once in a while.
The performance benefits gained from Snake Sync and co-ops depend on your camaraderie. It's always best to keep things cool with your teammates.
There is
Stand
a
still when
relationship
you're
mechanic,
snake in,
yes.
and you and your teammates will start to get in sync.
In sync?
That's right. Stay still together and you'll enter Snake Sync mode. The synergy will give you a boost in performance. You'll move faster, recover faster, and have better camouflage.
In other words, we're at our best when we're in the same groove.
You got it. If you've got a big task ahead, can't hurt to take some time to get in sync. Like I said before, the benefits you get from Snake Sync depend on your camaraderie.
I hear ya. It's a lot easier knowing you've got someone you know and trust covering your back. Lets you focus that much more on what you have to do.
If camaraderie represents how much your teammates trust you, then heroism shows how high your reputation is.
Heroism?
That's right, heroism. Your reputation affects your ability to recruit new members to MSF. With higher heroism, it won't take as long to convince guys to join our cause and send them back by Fulton recovery.
So, how do I get this heroism thing to go up?
Lots of ways. Complete tough missions, avoid unnecessary bloodshed, and don't get caught by the enemy like a deer in headlights, or you'll never be heroic. Also, getting out there and attacking the enemy in co-ops will boost your reputation among your teammates. Of course, it'll get the enemy gunning right for you, too. But don't sweat it. Be yourself. Be the boss. From where I'm standing, you're plenty heroic already.
Knock it off.
Thanks, Kaz.
Seems the R&D team's been busy working on co-ops only weapons.
Co-ops only?
Like a gun with extreme firepower, but only when 2 people fire it at once. I hear it's still in the concept stage.
I know some rocket launchers need 2 people to operate, but...
Helldivers moment.
A co-op's only weapon.
Hey, if they come up with something good, you'll have that much more reason to go co-ops. Why don't you check in and see how they're doing every once in a while?
I'd love to co-op this game with somebody, because the net play for RPCS3 does work, but eh.
In co-ops, maintaining close communications with your teammates is crucial.
Absolutely. Losing track of each other on the battlefield is a good way for a unit to get itself wiped out.
Enemy positions, orders, distress calls. When communications break down, you get picked off one by one. Now about co-ops comms.
Co-ops comms?
It's a radio system for communicating with co-ops teammates. First, press the Start button to open the menu. Then select Co-ops comms. After that, press one button to choose a category, then another button to select the actual message. So basically, you use different combinations of 2 buttons to send different messages.
Easy enough.
You can set which messages go with which buttons during mission prep.
Sounds like it's going to be a pain to send messages until I get used to it.
Then why don't you assign co-ops comms to the select button? That should make things a little quicker and easier. Just go to select button under options.
I'll give it a try.
He sounds so annoyed. Like, yeah, I guess. The Kotodama effect? I don't remember
Snake,
this.
You familiar with the Japanese word Kotodama?
Kotodama.
Oh, yeah, no, I do know what
direct
this
equivalent
is.
in English. But to keep it simple, let's call it a sort of battle cry.
You can infuse
Battle
words
cry,
with
huh?
power, and when you say
Right.
them in the co-ops
But
thing,
Kotodama is actually a deep Japanese concept. Koto means word, and Dama means spirit. It signifies that words have power that affect our reality.
Are you feeling okay?
I guess I made it sound kind of like mumbo-jumbo, huh? Seriously, though, haven't you ever felt energized when a teammate cheered you on? Or the other way around? Ever had your legs cut out from under you by a thoughtless remark?
Yeah, I know the feeling. Words can have a powerful mental effect on people.
Same goes for co-ops comms. Offering praise to somebody could make them run faster than usual, or make somebody who thinks they're done for get up and fight again. See what I'm saying?
I get the picture. So it works in reverse, too.
The powers of words are many and varied. Try using them for yourself.
Hey chat, now that you've heard a bunch of cause, and you sort of understand who he is as a person. You want me to just fuck up your day? I'm doing it anyway, so it doesn't matter what your response to the question is, but hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Here we go. Here you go, chat. Here you go. Just gonna show you a secret codec call. X Parks and Rec. There's a whole video. There's a whole place called Paunch Burger that's making giant fucking burgers like these. The commercial is voiced by Robert Atkin Downs, and it's great. And it'll come up later. I don't remember how to get it, and I don't want to miss it, so I'm just gonna tell you now. There is a thing about Kaz starting a burger chain after the events of Peace Walker, like a codec call about it, and it'll if I can find it, I'll play it, but it's very good. Which makes that commercial even funnier. It's Kaz's Burgers. It's Miller's Burgers, like he said.
Going by this map, you've got a lot of different terrain types between you and the hut where the Sandinista Comandante is being
I want a
held.
slushy so bad.
It's that way, doesn't it? Starting with jungle.
That video made me want a slushy. I also just my throat is constantly hurting from talking so much, so I constantly want a slushy.
Swamps along the river. Make sure you get a good feel for how robust surveillance is before diving in.
Will do.
Finally, there's the boat repair cabin. The Commandante's in there. It's a key enemy outpost, and security is going to be tight. You may have to let brute force do the talking. You still have a long way to go, Snake. Use caution and don't make a racket out there. Got it?
Second chat. So I just realized I hadn't paid my rent, so I'm doing that really fast. Paying all my bills really quick. Okay, there we go. All right, now we have a little bit more to listen to from Pause, but not too much.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school. But Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
I don't think. Pause. I do my best to never do that.
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
Alright.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War.
You want to make a
I learned
child
about
cry?
the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Paz is
very cute.
Constitution too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But, Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him.
Mr. Miller.
He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard.
Of the codex, they're very good. Some of
that
the
you
best
were
ones in
saying?
the game or the series
Peace is
are in
not
this
the
one.
natural state of men. You said you learned it in school.
I'm afraid it's
That is
boring
right.
to just sit here and go through them,
They
but
are
I
the
want to hear
words
them
of
all.
the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives.
Oh yeah, it gets very gay sometimes.
Actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent
Cooler
civilians.
zombies? Oh,
But if
okay,
someone
sorry.
attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
Sorry,
but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important, too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks. Peace.
I adore Paz so much. She's very good. A lot of Metal Gear fans get up Paz's ass because they're like, oh, she's a naive kid. Oh, she wants peace and she never know how to attain it. It's like, the point is that she has her ideals, and it's like, even if they're hard to obtain or hard to work for it, even if she doesn't have all the answers, she still believes in them in the first place. She's fucking honoring the boss's will better than you ever are.
Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there's a dry season have tropical dry forests. The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests, what most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, with so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Ha ha!
Most people, anyway.
The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Oduber was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using CODESA as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this. This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No, mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this?
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual.
That's weird. Don't do that.
The river cut through it, eventually creating
I'm sure
a
you're
valley.
joking, but that's
There
weird.
might be
Don't do
another
that.
way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river too. The suspension bridge will take you there.
Yeah, there's a lot of calls. And
The river
we
running
have to
through
do them
here
at
is
some
Rio del
point,
Jade,
so...
or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there
What?
minerals around here?
Pause?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
No,
Doesn't
Pause
look
is
all
real,
that
and
pretty
she's good.
from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around
She's
here.
just a kid.
They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake.
Paz is like next to the boss is maybe extremely uncanny valley. What, her like, do you mean her picture? Because her picture's a little weird, yeah. Her picture is a little scary. If you just mean her picture, yes. I thought you meant like what she was saying. I was like, I don't know. Her picture is creepy though, yes, I completely agree. Here we go. I was like, where's Paz's like shit? Paz has things to say, and I'm trying to find out where they are. Okay. Just got here? I don't know. How am I supposed to know that?
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold.
I didn't see.
Hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There's no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about the stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished. A new president was elected this year, President Odeber.
But yeah, it's important to get through these now because later they will just pile up otherwise. We'll be listening to a lot of these. This is where a lot of the story is. Again, it was a PSP game.
Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
I'm just mad I was in the wrong thing.
Finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
I'm just mad that I was in the wrong tab, so like a bunch of these got listened to out of order. Because like if you go to them in order, it's kind of like one long conversation.
That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
Category still just chatting? God damn it. Thank you.
Costa Rica is said to have about
Yeah, it's really good. They're really, really good.
Things. That is about 5%
I think it's...
of all the known species in the world.
A tiny place like this?
Hold on.
Huh. I'll be damned.
I want to protect that biological diversity. When diversity is lost, the environment weakens. Just look at the plantations.
I think I know what you mean. It's like trying to assemble a unit from similar guys. It usually doesn't work out. Throw a few square pegs in there and everything falls into place.
There are so many species here that a lot of them have not even been classified yet. I am hoping I can help do that someday.
Paz is a character I very much identify with, yes.
Say that again.
Parataxonomist. Someone who helps a taxonomist.
Oh. Huh. I thought you were going to say it had something to do with parachutes.
You're weird.
Yeah, no, Paz is a character I identify a lot with as well. I'm not like a pacifist quite the way she is, but I have very complicated feelings about stuff because I fully believe that like pacifism is like not possible and like not in the way that like Paz thinks it is and stuff. But at the same time, I know just personally speaking, I couldn't be the one to pull the trigger on somebody. I couldn't do it. I don't have that in me. I could not do it. It would break me irrevocably. I would not be able to come back. So like, I don't fully believe in pacifism as like you should never fight, because sometimes you have to. But I know that personally, for me speaking, I couldn't do it. Lynn, you get scared if I raise my voice a little bit. I don't know about that. You go wah 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 wah. But yeah, pause is very good. Also, Moon Lily, I think part of the reason that you are not bored by this is because it's not just somebody spouting exposition at you. Because as far as I understand it, the way, from what I've read anyway, the way that they recorded, these are, the way that they recorded these is, to have the voice actors like memorize the lines and everything. Like they sat them down in a room and they just like had a conversation with each other in character. So like the voice actors would like know, they knew what they were going to say and knew what their responses were, but rather than like individually reading lines and then just like putting those lines back and forth, you're listening to two real people have a real conversation with each other, even if they already know what the lines of that conversation are going to be. And I think it like genuinely changes the feel of it a lot. You feel like you are like you're in the room with these people with like a third party or like listening in as a third party to a conversation rather than just having video game exposition, you know, spouted at you with like no real like pauses or interrupts or anything.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes. They died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks, it doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
Is it? Brits, is that true? If somebody has a V to you and it's backwards, like you see the back of their hand and not like their fingers, why is that insulting? I'm not a Teaboo. That's why I don't know this. Why would that be insulting? That's fucking stupid. People like throw up a like a sideways V a lot when they're leaving, like peace, and then they do that. How is it different from the middle finger? What do you mean, how is it different from the middle finger? I mean, the middle finger is pretty stupid too, but like one of them can like there's no way to like misconstrue what the middle finger is. Like if you do the middle finger at somebody, like it's pretty obvious what you're doing. Like you're doing that for a reason. There's nothing else it could be interpreted as. If I do a V at you and you get pissed off and you're like, oh yeah, fuck you too. it is reasonable to think, especially if I'm a foreigner, maybe I meant like peace. Your country gets mad when people set a piece of cloth on fire. You have no legs to stand on here. I didn't say, I mean, I don't get mad about that, but I didn't say my country was any better. I just said that is also stupid. I barely consider myself an American.
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know.
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
Here you are, pause. I mean, that's what I'm saying though. If like fingers forward is peace and fingers backwards is go fuck yourself, I think that's too ambiguous. That's dumb. Like, I would say the same thing if it was like middle finger forward is high, middle finger backwards is fucking, you know, keep your smile. Like, if it's just the same symbol but forwards or backwards, that's too ambiguous. What if I don't think about it and I throw up a V with my fingers? Like, that's dumb. Yeah, it's an inversion, but it's also easy to accidentally do the inverted one and have somebody get pissed off. That's dumb.
Playa del Alba means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
No, I still think it's dumb.
Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans. Bosque del Alba means Forest of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
That's so true, actually. Okay, we're finally done with the audio logs. It was only like an hour and a half or something. I don't know. We're finally done. There's a video game to play, in case you forgot. It's okay if you did. I would understand. Let's take the Walkman and see what Snake has on him.
Head for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there.
What is this?
Assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window.
Oh, hey, it's Theme of Terra. Do I have to have that? So, fun fact: there is a theme, there's a song in MGS1 or MG1 actually, called "Theme of Terra," and this is like a remix of it, and it's called that not because there's anybody in any of the MGS games named Terra that is important. I don't think there's a single NPC anywhere named Terra. It is because it sounds like it when you if you're like singing it, you're singing the sound. It sounds like you're going Terra, dun 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 Terra. Like that's it. So it's just called Theme of Terra, which makes people very confused. They're like, who the fuck is Terra? No, it's T-A-R-A. Also, I don't know what the comfy game is tonight. I was thinking Helldivers. I know I didn't do it last time, but I'm probably gonna do Goomfy activities on the same day as raid nights. But I'm not sure. I don't know if I can get down there. I don't think I can. I think the Fulton to air recovery system is real. I could be very wrong, but like, you're asking how. I'm pretty sure it's real. Yeah, I want to push against the bots. It's not cheap, it's just that helicopters are cheaper than planes. And cheaper to repair. What the fuck is playing now? Alright, what is Confession? Hello? How do I go down the list? Alright, I guess you can't. A real one is what the fuck is going on? Controller's like repeating inputs for some reason. Please don't be breaking on me for some reason.
What's going on? Rise and shine. What's going on? Rise and shine.
Anonymous says, Kyria, I got you a sword so you can commit seppuku if Paz gets hurt.
Thank you.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Trying to pull things out of them before I Fultons them. I mean, look up how the Fulton air recovery system works. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's real. Surface to air recovery system.
Close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante.
Well, this is 1974, so it still definitely makes sense for it to be in use. A lot of fucking boyos.
You'll have to neutralize all those guards.
I'm seeing things.
I mean, yeah, as far as I know, despite what you might think, it's apparently a very safe way of picking people up.
Good. Now meet with the FSLN Commandante. He's inside the boathouse.
Okay. Free?
Stay away! Don't touch me! Get away!
¿Quién es? Eche? No way. What do we do?
I like that they called him Elche.
Sandinista's right. I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo! Shh! He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax. I'm not your enemy.
Says the gruffest, scariest man in existence.
A cigar? I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look? A little like El Che, no? You
Much
Cuban?
more gruff snakes looks in the cutscenes in this game. 10 years of intense depression and untreated PTSD will do that to you.
Birds.
Yeah, Quetzals.
He's like a
You've got
wild
the telephone
animal,
lens.
dude.
How do you get your shots?
Telephotos for amateurs. It's all in the timing.
Oh.
Let me smoke
Okay,
too.
we can talk until I finish this. Chico!
Tell me what's going on here.
You're not getting a fucking cigarette, Chico. You're like 6.
This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security, more like hired guns. They're loaded with the latest gear from all over the world.
I heard they're a security force hired by Codessa.
Yeah, and I'm Papa Noel. Those guys are UCLA's.
UCLA's.
Oh, hi, guy.
Garcia.
I saw them setting up shop in town. They're planning to do here what they
Oh,
did
there's a
in
bunch of
Chile.
guys, okay.
If that's
I was like, who's the guy by the boat listening in? But there's a bunch
Whatever
of
it
guys.
is, it's not us.
You don't think they're here to push you back into Nicaragua?
Impossible. Too much hardware. Too many bases. Didn't you see? They've got helicopters, tanks. It's like we're in Da Nang. There must be something else.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen the big transport boat, mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade?
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Irasu.
Any idea what's on it?
I could introduce you to some of our compas up there, but I don't recommend going to the mountains. We've lost a lot of people there. They take us captive, torture us for information about our compas, and then they kill us like pigs.
Got it. All right.
This was our last hideout, the final refuge for El Frente. after being pushed out of Nicaragua and into this peaceful paradise of Costa Rica. Then, El Monstruo attacked.
A monster.
Y mi viejo. Mi viejo. Papá. He was la esperanza. Our hope.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri!
These robots are so fucking scary, actually. The way they just like sing a song at you in this like weird like Vocaloid ass like almost human but still clearly robotic voice. They're actually so creepy.
Get down.
It also, you know, shows that they are completely autonomous. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is just a thing you have to do sometimes. God, these comic cutscenes are so cool. Missed?
What the hell?
Es un hombre nuevo, an unmanned weapon, a robot.
No, he won't survive the fall.
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa than suffer their torture. Stay here. As long as I'm still alive, I might as well retreat. Over here! Fine, Chico! Venceremos!
I don't know if the actors they got for this are like actually like Spanish or anything, but like they do a very good like they speak the words well in a way that doesn't just come across as like really cringy and bad, which I really appreciate.
Snake, what was that thing?
Whatever it was, it looked unmanned.
Unmanned? I'd heard rumors, but an operational unit?
What the hell is going on here?
Not to quote Amanda, but the hardware they've got here isn't just unusual. It's overkill, which means one thing. It's nukes. So the question now becomes why?
We can't make that call yet. We need more intel.
Hi, Maki. Yes, we are. We're also only 120 packs away from Secret Project, so good chance it's gonna get revealed.
And make contact with Amanda if she's still alive.
Roger.
Here we go. So now I have a monitor lizard. What a name. So now I have the ability to make an analyzer, or even get it. Like, I might even just have the analyzer. I'm not sure. Do I? Yeah, I just have it. Okay. So the analyzer lets you look at an enemy and see if their stats are worth picking them up, which is pretty fucking poggy. No, I just let my cock out loud and proud, brother. Cock is loud? Yeah, when I take it out, it just makes a really loud, like, noise the whole time. What is this that Rinso linked to my Discord? Hold on, what is Beat Slayer? Roguelike hack and slay game like no other. Instead of just being in the background, the music takes center stage. Join Mia, a badass music lover and crafty tinker, as she battles hordes of robots in dystopian 90s-inspired Berlin. There's one rule, stay on beat. Wait, is it a roguelike hack and slash game that follows, fucking, that one thing? Oh, I want this. Oh, I need this. Roguelike hack and slash game that where you have to stay on beat. It's a rhythm. It's like Hi-Fi Rush, like but it's like isometric and hack and slash. Oh, I need this. Oh, but it's $17. Oh, that's a lot of money. Hello, Princess. Welcome back. Nice to see you. I do like games that are based on rhythm. Maybe I'll play that tonight, but also I really want to hell dive. I don't know. Had a stressful day. Can I just collapse into your sofa and vibe? Yes. You can even cuddle me if you want. I'm sorry that your day was stressful. I hope you feel better. I hope being here makes you feel better. Feel better, and being here does help. Good, I'm glad to hear it. It's very nice to have you here. Cuddles for the princess. What, rhythm game? Yeah, a game got linked to my Discord called what is it? Gonna have a nap? Okay, I love you, Joey. I love you. Tucking you in and cuddling you close. Fuck, I already lost it. What was it called? Beat Slayer. Yeah, Beat Slayer, that's what it is. Although, hold on, I need to message you, Joey. I'm worried about you. There's a free demo I can download, I guess. I'll be right back. I ordered a slushie and it got here. One second. Okay, I'm returned. So chat, these like circles that are filled in, those are like story missions, main ops. And then there's the extra ops here, which are like usually you don't play as Snake, or it's just like a silly thing to do. What the fuck did you say? Damn. See, that's the type of zombie I am. I don't bite you and kill you and turn you into a zombie. I make you laugh so hard you die, and then I turn you into a zombie. Hold on. I got some mozzarella sticks. Okay. Let's just do the main ops for now. We'll do some side ops later.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
To get to your next objective, you'll need to backtrack along the way you came for a bit. Don't get too comfortable
Now
just
we can
because
just
you
know
know
whatever
the
new
terrain.
files are there.
The enemy knows you're out there now. They'll be out in greater force than before. Proceed with caution. Refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Looks like I'll have to cross the river.
Yeah, there's a suspension bridge you can use. It's the only way across. You'll have to be a little creative to keep from being spotted.
So, I cross the bridge, go through the swamp, and come to a banana plantation.
Complete with its own factory by the looks of it. It's going to feel a lot different moving through that area compared to the forest. Stay on your toes.
Got it.
Also, you may encounter Sandinista prisoners along the way. Try and save as many as you can with Fulton recovery.
I'll keep an eye out.
You don't have anything new, do you? No. You? No. I need the enrichment I get from watching Zombie. Did they put me on at the daycare center?
Reinforcements coming.
I'm sorry, that was mean.
What was that? I'm seeing things.
Oh, God damn it. Hold on. I put baby censoring on videos for chat multiple times. Because I think it's funny. Mommy, you can call me that if you want. Nurse? I don't know about that one. Well, hold on, let me think about it. I did have a medical kink thing back in the day. It just hasn't gotten indulged in so long. I'm not sure if I have it anymore. Let me think. Okay, no. Nurse is hot. I had to think about it for a second. No, nurse is hot. I haven't had that kink indulged in so long. It's like, I don't know. I analyze my own kinks carefully. Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one who's autistic about my own kinks. I mean that positively, for the record.
What is it? Get up. What was that? I'm seeing things. What was that? I'm seeing things. What was that? Huh? I think I see someone.
Horror movie aesthetic nurses. Now that's damn good. Wait, did that kill him? Oh, I think it did. God damn it. Yeah, he died.
Enemies close. They spotted you. Get out of there.
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
is fine, actually. I was like, does he really not see me?
You've lost them, but they're still on the hunt. Stay sharp.
I think I see something.
What was that?
Really think those guys would be better. Okay. Can get you two at least.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Okay. Anybody at E just doesn't go. Sorry, you're not a good enough soldier. Yep.
Fulton
Sorry.
recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I mean, it could be fucked up and just be like, sorry, you're not a good enough soldier. But that's mean, so I would never do that, Smile. No, the scan. So, Marcy, the way that it works is, in this game and in Metal Gear Solid 5, you do a whole, like, thing where you operate a base and you have to, like, assign soldiers to different areas of the base, like R&D and combat and shit like that. And, they, like, can do things for you, like build weapons for you, and you can send them on missions and stuff like that. You can even play as them, on some of the side missions. And so, one of the things that you can, so that's what happens whenever I Fulton them and they like zoop up into the air. I'm abducting them into my base and brainwashing them, so that they will follow me. And the scanner tells me how good somebody will be at something since everybody's stats are randomly generated.
Wait. An intruder? Can't be imagining things. What's going on?
What is going on, indeed?
You dehydrated bitch. Drink some water.
I said hot, lucky I'm normal? No, you're not. Don't lie to yourself and to me. And to chat. Would you really lie to chat? Do you hate chat that much? You hate chat. I think you want chat to die.
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
Looking on Tumblr for too long? Well, it's nice to see you here.
Amanda went across that rope bridge. Hurry.
I'm always particularly happy when somebody comes from Tumblr, because it's like, finally a social media platform has reach for me. Stop. Okay. You should. You have a Tumblr brain. You know what? No, don't lurk, don't lurk. I was saying I'm glad you're here.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
I was saying I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad that somebody is from Tumblr. I'm glad my social media actually works and has, like,
the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's handrail to hang.
honestly, I almost feel bad using the gun in this, because there's so much more interesting ways, like he was just saying. There's so many more interesting ways to get past some things here. Like this, like you can get past the guards by doing this. I mean, I'm glad Joey's here. In Discord with pics of my video game crush, where should I put them? Games and Ghouls is fine. Am I going here, right? Yeah. Anyway, hold on. I will watch that video when I'm out of this mission. Peace Walker has an annoying thing that means you can't pause missions. Like, they'll keep going without you, so I can't pause, but I will do so as soon as I am able. Joey's my puppy, and I want my puppy here. Love my puppy.
Start talking.
I don't think you want to kill me.
Start talking.
You heard about this?
Start talking.
Are you guys hearing the noise when he talks?
Start talking. Start talking.
That's a Germa-ass noise.
If there's anything you want to know, just give me a call on the radio. Press the start button to open the menu window. Then choose the radio call option.
Okay, didn't mean to grab him, but sure. Yeah, a Germa ass noise. That's the sound that Germa makes when he farts.
Careful now. They might be holding FSLN soldiers prisoner.
Germapedia? Do you mean the Wikipedia about Germany? Germa that anybody can edit? The free encyclopedia that anybody can edit? Yeah, streamer misspoke, okay? Fuck off.
You can transport the prisoner to Mother Base, if you had a balloon.
Whoopsie.
What's that?
You can, in fact, transport prisoners to Mother Base if you have a balloon.
Guess not.
Imagine playing TF2. Sorry, I don't actually have any problem with TF2. Not that much, anyway. Night, Unique Lily. I feel bad I can't save these prisoners. Developing the twin barrel shotgun. Okay. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Is someone there?
No. Smile.
Start talking. Start talking.
Barkward. We have multiple lilies. We have Moon Lily, we have Unique Lily, and we had another lily, but I don't think they're here anymore. People come and go, unfortunately. I mean, obviously, that's just how life is, but it always makes me a little sad when somebody disappears. I remember basically everybody, so. Estimated to be there Monday. Let's fucking go. I used the name Lily once upon a time. And then I stopped using it because it felt like a little girl's name. Which is not true, but like it felt like that for me specifically.
Looks like there's no way around him. You up for this, Snake?
Hey, welcome to the first boss of the game. It's just a tank. To be continued in the next mission.
Listen, boss. We both know you're the reason MSF's grown so much, but it's time we started putting more thought
Yeah, I
into
need to show it
revisions.
for Marcy too. Hold on.
A place this big needs a good stockpile on hand.
The Japanese say you can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned
Hold
in
on,
World
you
War
fucking
II.
horny motherfuckers.
Obviously, maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles of logistics.
So I went ahead and set up a mess hall team. The team members' numbers and abilities will affect the amount of grub to go around. Without enough food, morale will drop. They get hungry enough, and we could start losing people. Anyway, I need you to assign guys.
Hold on, I gotta
to
at least like show like at least gotta show like context. Hold on. There's a whole base management sim in this game. There's Mother Base. Here are the people that I extracted from that mission. There's another lungfish. Here's Mommy Base. Here is all the people. Okay. All right, hold on. So what you need, I need to provide some context. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, what you need to know is that guy, Kazuhira Miller, the blonde guy who was just talking, he has a whole thing in MGS5 and in this where he talks about opening his own burger restaurant after being done with his whole life. This guy right here. Like after being done with that whole life, he opens this like burger restaurant or whatever. That's what he wants to do anyway. And then he also, his voice actor, Robert Atkin Downs, also voiced this from Parks and Rec. I figure you fuckers are also gonna get horny about its logo. You need a couple of those burgers? Okay. Kind of want a burger, even though I had one a couple of days ago. Even fake advertisements work, huh? Because this made me want a slushie. This made me want a slushie because this is kind of like a slushie. Going through an estrogen-based growth spurt. I don't know. Oh, Tatiana, I just checked your thread. Princess. Yeah, Tatiana fucking rules. I'm not a big fan of The Evil Within, but Tatiana is my favorite character from that game. By a fucking long shot. I love Tatiana. Ironically, when you said nurse, and I was like, no, that doesn't work for me. And then I was like, wait, does that work for me? I started thinking about being like a cold, emotionless nurse. Just operating on my patients, speaking in that like motherly but like dulcet tone, and I was like, yeah, that works for me. I wasn't thinking of her exactly, but I was thinking of basically her, and I'm like, you know, yeah, that works for me. Was this in Parks and Recs? Yes, it was. Hold on. Settle down now. I know what's best for you. Yeah, exactly. You understand. There we go. Auto-assign everybody. I was gonna say, I think Miller goes to the mess hall team because his mess hall is almost higher than anything else. Oh yeah, also when you go to their like sheets, you get a little thing. Like, we're not mercenaries, we're not a foreign legion. MSS, a business, a new kind of business. We're gonna make a name for ourselves. Don't want me to forget last night. Too late, it's all in my diary now. I got in training at CQC throwing against the wall, got knocked out. Felt like it hurt at least twice as bad as the usual throw, too. No need for you to go, boss. I got this one covered. What do you have to say, where are you at, Lungfish? Do both the Lungfishes have the same face even? That would be funny. There's Lungfish level 6. There's another Lungfish, wasn't there? Maybe there wasn't. Can we have curry on Friday? I love curry. All right, Lungfish. Sure, buddy. That's only gonna make chat like you more, brother. Can we send out Lungfish on a mission? Sure.
Commencing training mission. Missions like this are key to building up your basic skills. Be careful out there.
I'm sending Lungfish to the sniper rifle challenge, which is basically the same as Force Fem, right? Like, military-wise, being a sniper is basically the same as getting Force Fem, right, chat? The military equivalent. Whatever you say, boss. There you go. You've got the right idea. Combat medics? No. That just goes back to the, like, oh, he's still got his pink overalls. That's good. That just goes back to the, like, all doctors should be women type shit, and I don't like that. I'll be honest, babe, deep fried pizza sounds bad, and so does that other thing. I'm sorry, not to be a hater, but love my video. Oh shit, thank you. Sorry. Sorry, I forgot I had to do that after the mission. I got caught up in showing the stupid fucking video about the burger. I'm sorry, Joey. Bigger you say. I'm gonna combust you. Alright, lungfish. Let's go.
Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
Forgot accuracy matters. That did not hit the head, even though it should have. I can do better on this.
You could probably climb that if you had someone to lend you a hand.
Hey, cool. Well, I don't, so... But you suck my fucking cock about it, Kaz. Go sell your dumb fucking burgers. Stupid pizza. And you heard me, you pizza
That
shit.
area is not part of the mission.
Forgot where the last one is. No.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
I could do better on this. I could get headshots on everything.
Good job. Return to base.
B. That's pathetic. Is Charlotte a balloon enjoyer? Is Charlotte like an inflation balloon person?
Commencing training mission.
You not know?
Missions like
Not really,
this are
no.
key to building up your basic
Thought you were just
skills.
into fat girls
Be
like
careful
Marcy.
out there.
Makes you watch It Chapter 1 and see as how long you can be normal about it.
Hanafujisaki
honestly.
says hi.
Commencing training mission.
I wonder
Missions
if you
like
can
this are
play
key
as
to building up your
Kaz.
basic
I don't
skills.
think you can.
Be careful out there. Hit the targets as fast and as accurately as you can.
God damn it. Okay.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you. I knew you could do it. Piece of cake, right?
Why the fuck do I ever tab out of this chat? You should not. Chat goes hard. And gets hard, apparently. S! Let's go. Oh yeah, this shot's a huge big and round enjoyer. Alright. That one was... Marcy, you don't feel good about that one. You don't feel good about that one, and I know you don't.
Commencing training.
Does it say that I got an S anywhere? Um. Yeah, it just crashed. I don't know why. You get free time to watch the 6 hours Death Stranding review? No. I haven't played Death Stranding, so I don't want to be spoiled. As a bit, it says, thinking any of us believe that. As a bit. Haha. Wouldn't it be funny? Haha. Wouldn't it be funny if my fetish got fulfilled? Haha. As a bit. Haha. It's so funny. That's all it is funny and nothing else. It's just funny. Haha. Admit what it is to yourself, streamer. Literally nobody is mean to you. There's not a single person who is mean to you. Like, ever. I've been trying to get this fucking fish to embrace the weird horny for as long as I've been alive. PS3 application is likely crashed. You can close it. Okay. Marcy, be honest with yourself. The reason you didn't do it is because you thought people were gonna judge you, and you were throwing in, you were throwing, haha. I almost did this out to see how people would react. I know you. I know you. Thought people would judge you, but you needed confirmation they wouldn't, so you threw out, haha. Wouldn't it be funny if I did this? Haha. know your ass. I'm inside a lot of people's heads, is the thing. I have an uncanny and unnatural ability to read people and their intentions. Much to Marcy's incredible annoyment.
Commence target practice. As a special treat, you can practice freely on any of the targets in the shooting range today. Shoot away. When you're done, head over to the exit.
Are you saying that you're an empath? Like, yes, actually. I kind of hate when people go like, haha, empaths are so dumb and not real. But like, you know, I don't think I'm like actually able to fucking, you know, see inside your brain or whatever. I'm just good at analyzing behavior. I got good at emulating and recreating the behavior of other people because I'm autistic and I don't know how to behave. So I just started mimicking other people, and it turns out when you do that, people have a lot of things that they like, a lot of routines and systems they get into really quickly, and then you can determine what they're doing.
Welcome to the shooting range. Just the place for a little target practice, huh? When you're done, head over to the exit.
Vibe with that hard.
Commence target practice.
When my wife says we can get burgers, LMAO, you needed your wife's permission. LMAO. No, Hannah, I already did that. The reason it was crashing, I think, is because I was clicking view messages, and I think that tries to bring up like the BIOS or something, or I don't know, something like that. Oh, sorry. I mean, I wouldn't mind if, you know what, actually, hold on. With a threat like that, okay, there we go. With a threat like that, I mean... Nah, I will get it off screen, though. Kyria, I guess I love you too. Say it properly or I'm not gonna be in your fucking Dark Souls stream, dickhead. You have to suffer through it alone. Meanie. Aphrodite wants to know if you got everyone else a slushie too. No, I'm not rich. I could barely afford to get myself a slushie. Honestly, I shouldn't have. It was kind of expensive. I could have bought that game if I didn't buy a slushie. Hey, Kyrie, I love you real. Love you too. Love you too, little sis. Enjoy your wife-mandated Borgie. Or yes, your wife-approved Borgie. I don't remember when this ends or if it ever ends.
Training exercise complete.
And I bet you asked for the Bergie in like an incredibly not pathetic way. I'm sure you asked for the Bergie in an incredibly not pathetic and mewling like, tapping fingies together, wifey. What if we, I'm like kind of hungry. What if we, are you really thinking like a burger? You think maybe?
Target practice commencing now. Shoot all the targets in the shooting range. When the timer reaches 0, the exercise is over.
I just like bullying Marcy. It's funny.
Bray93 says hi.
Hi, Bray.
Get as many targets as you can before time runs out.
Damn. For once, it wasn't your idea. You got me.
Commence target practice.
I'll give it to you. You got me. Oh, whoops. I didn't realize there was a third one there. I was like, where are the other ones? I love this game, so I'm enjoying it very well. I'm not always pathetic. You're frequently pretty pathetic. Which, yeah, to be clear, is a good thing. It's cute. You literally wanted to make your character pathetic. You were like, I gotta make Marcy look really pathetic. You can't make an angry face at me. That was literally your intention. You dumb fucking cunt. You're like, I need to look like the most pathetic, neatest girl in it on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. You're a neat fail girl. Are fun. That's technically what I am, although I do have this as a job, so I'm not sure how much it counts. I might be stealing neat valor. But like, I definitely don't really have any education, especially not formal education. Don't really have training on anything, and I am not employed. Unless we're counting self-employed. You know, choose to become a pathetic girl, or you can become a bully of pathetic girls. That's what I chose, and frankly, it's the best decision I ever made. Nothing more fun than bullying a pathetic girl for being pathetic. Especially when it makes them whine and beg and need for more. Hikikomori rather than neat. Or hikikomoris are just people who never go outside. They usually are neats, but did you see Sam Lake's tweets today and yesterday? No. Somebody sent me one of him next to Kojima with like a mug. What if the pathetic girl wants praise? Well, then she better be a good girl and earn it. I'm more than happy to give praise, but you gotta earn it. Oh yeah, Lynn was telling me about this, about him getting face scanned for something. Sorry? Hold on. Hold on.
I laughed and shook his hand and made my way back home.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That song is The Man Who Sold the World, which is effectively the theme song of Big Boss. Big Boss, that's who I'm playing as right now in Peace Walker. Snake, from Metal Gear Solid 3, he gets the title Big Boss. I mean, I hope Sam Lake added the music, but also, or, I hope, it would be fine if Sam Lake did add the music, rather, but, like, also... Like, I need you to understand. Because you have missed 20 minutes? I know. I need you to understand. MGS5 starts like this. Spoke of was and whens, although I wasn't there. He said I was his friend, which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes, I thought you died alone a long, long time ago. Oh no, not me. I never lost control. Your face to face with the man who sold the world. I actually don't know that this plays right here in the game. I think it's actually Diamond Dogs playing here, but this song is in the game and is like, at least in one of the ads, it's all over. It does actually play here? I couldn't remember. I thought it was Diamond Dogs. I searched through foreign lands for years and years and roamed. I gazed stare at all. Oh, yeah, I remember. We must have died alone a long, long time ago. Yeah, that's right. She messes the radio up and then it plays on the radio diegetically. Not me. We never lost control. Your face to face with a man who sold the world. Not me. Hold on, I'm sorry. Now I just need to hear this song.